Sir, shall I start the session, sir? Uh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay,
Shall I?
sir. Good morning, Srinivasan, sir. Good morning, all the participants once again. Today is the last day. Today is the last day for online ATAL FDP on cyber security. Hope you all enjoy all the session for past 4 days. Today we have online test. After 3:30, the last session over. Then we have one online test. It is multiple choice questions only. So final participants list, approved list posted in WhatsApp group. WhatsApp group. So all the participants are requested to refer your permanent ID to attend your online exam. Then those who have not yet joined in your Google Classroom, please join immediately today itself. So questions only will be shared in Google Classroom. So all the participants are requested join today itself. Uh, then next, all the materials and the PPT all are posted in your Google Classroom. Next, this is very important session, hands-on session. The topic hands-on Metasploit framework for vulnerability. The Sir Srinivasans are going to handle this session, and also he's continue with the second session also. So hope you all enjoyed this session today also. Have a nice day. Thank you, sir. Sir, you can proceed, sir.
Thanks a lot, madam. Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Fine, fine, fine.
Okay.
So, first of all, once again, I express my profound thanks to Professor Ravi sir, head of the department, and the organizer, and other faculty members from Francis Engineering College for having invited me to deliver the continuous session. I hope yesterday itself the audience might have been benefited. Today, now I'm going to share my screen. We will see what kind of effect the Metasploit framework is going to make, and other tools and all we will see through concepts and as well as hands-on. Fine. Whether the PPT is visible to all of you, madam?
Sir, it's visible, sir.
Fine, fine.
It's visible.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I'm going to deliver the hands-on session on Metasploit framework for vulnerability analysis and assessment. First of all, you have to have a clear picture behind Metasploit framework. It is one of the penetration testing tools. And yesterday, what we discussed is the DVWA, DAM, vulnerable web application, where we discussed about the cross-site scripting attacks. So we will be discussing the following topics in this direction. First, let us spend a few minutes on what we mean by vulnerability assessment, why it is going to be very important in the industry, and what kind of concepts and what's the architecture behind Metasploit framework that has been developed by Rapid7 company. And basically, this Metasploit framework has been developed using Ruby language, Ruby programming language. And we have a lot of commands behind Metasploit. We will take some practice, and there are certain exploits that the attackers may start using exploits to access to the system, and what we mean by network enumeration. Uh, First of all, in the case of vulnerability assessment, uh, uh, as I said earlier, it's like a gaming between the attacker and the defender. So the attacker will be having the attacker machine, and using the tools and script and exploits, the attacker starts hacking the remote target machine, which is going to be considered for attacks. While he is before is going to hack the any remote system and remote network or remote database or remote application. First of all, he is supposed to gather a lot of information. I hope you might have studied a lot of information gathering tools in the earlier sessions also. We have a lot of tools for gathering information. Once you gathered information only through, then it is possible for you to scan the network. I'll be explaining in the subsequent slides. So flaw may happen. Flaw may happen with respect to the design of the application or design of the program or in the implementation itself. In the implementation bug itself, the flaw may happen. So normally what the researchers used to do, they set the flaw hypothesis from the statistical point of view, and they want to carry out the flaw testing. And finally, if there are certain flaws which are going to be very crucial, they want to eliminate to safeguard their systems. So this is going to be a life cycle of the vulnerability. And when we are going to discuss about Metasploit framework, again we will be having a look at a few technical terms coming under the Metasploit framework. What we mean by vulnerability, exploit, and payload. Vulnerability is nothing but a system hole or weakness that allows the attacker to hack the application or the remote machine or remote database or remote network. So everything is connected with one another. First, you have to have a greater imagination for understanding penetration. Normally, what happens for the attacker machine, for example, I can use Kali Linux as the attacker machine. From that attacker machine, I can get into some other machine which may be hackable. Probably the old Windows XP or Windows 2003, those old machines might be having a lot of patches, and that we call it as the vulnerabilities. And those vulnerabilities we want to uh, remove from the defender point of view. But for the attacker point of view, we want to identify the weakness, because if there are two persons in the group, the person A can attack a person B depending upon his weakness only. Suppose the person B is going to be stronger and the person A may not be able to attack. This is really happening in the day-to-day life example. Similarly, the situation goes in terms of the game which happens between the attacker and the hacked system. Now you have to understand what we mean by exploit. Exploit is nothing but a script or a code which allows an attacker to take advantage of the vulnerable system. Exploit or the malicious code. So yesterday we happened to see HTML injection malicious code and JavaScript malicious code. Using that malicious code only, the attacker may be injecting that malicious code into the application to act differently so that the whole remote system will be compromised. Then payload. Payload is the actual code that runs on the system after exploitation. So after exploitation, something will happen that some code will be running in the background on the system. That's called as the payload. So while you are going to look at the Metasploit framework in detail, the very first important concept is scanning. I think everybody may be aware of what we mean by scanning. For example, if you are going to purchase any internet security product from any vendors, for example, McAfee or the uh, Kaspersky, for protecting your laptop, you purchase by paying some amount, and in that antivirus software, there will be the component called scanning. You click that scanning in the available internet security software which is purchased by you. And what is the role of the scanning? It is going to scan your complete system. If the particular internet security software is going to be kept on the complete network, depending upon the licenses, and it may start scanning all the machines. So you can scan the entire network or you can scan a single machine. Normally what happens when you are going to scan the entire network means naturally you have to understand different concepts. The network is nothing but it will have a set of different workstations which are connected to one another, not only by means of computers, but also by means of hub, switches, routers, and in terms of LAN and WAN and all. So naturally, one has to understand the network topology. That's why, even though we study cyber security and ethical hacking, the basis of the cyber security and ethical hacking starts from first networking. Networking, or even below the networking, one has to go down or get into the concept like operating system. So the way in which how you protect your OS, how you protect your network, how you protect your machine, how you protect your database, how you protect your web application, mobile application, like that the subject will be moving. So while you are going to scan the entire network, that is called the scan discovery, that is called the support scan. What is your idea? First, you have to understand very clearly. You have different tools available in Kali Linux because Kali Linux is specifically designed for penetration testing operating system, and it is not necessary for you to install separate tools in Windows or Mac. So what the Kali Linux has decided, that community has decided, why we should not keep all the tools together in the operating system. So the purpose of the scanning is to get ports and service that are open in the remote machine. For example, when you look at any hardware, any machine which is connected to the network, and especially web server or the particular machine, and it will be having IP addresses. So the IP addresses may be in the range of class A to class E, and depending upon the topology of the network, big topology or small topology or mid-size topology, because what I am explaining is depending upon the best practices, what we follow in the industries, I have been explaining, I throw a lot of ideas. So the very important thing, the first point is every industry will be very keen in analyzing network auditing. Actually, for example, if you are having educational institution and depending upon your labs, you may be having lot of systems. For example, if the college is having the strength of 2,500 students, accordingly they have to provide the systems to the students for the lab purpose even from the first year. Assume that there are 1,000 systems which have been allocated to the strength of 2,500 or 3,000 systems depending upon the different slots. So what will happen? These 1,000 systems might be located in different buildings under different labs, and all these different labs present in different buildings within particular campus might have been connected through cables and networking equipments. So the first question what we will be asking before going for any penetration testing is, what is your topology? For example, a lot of professors or research scholars have been attending this session, and first you start imagining from your own campus what is your topology? And I ask many questions. You try to find out the answers for this. Even if you do not know, collect this information from the system people, because in industries, of course, there is a separate department, networking department or networking division or cloud. Cloud is nothing but infrastructure division. Infrastructure division will take care of this. Like this, in colleges also, you may be having separate system department. There may be some people, system administrators, non-teaching staff may be working. But what we have to understand, how many switches are there? Suppose I ask one question. Draw the topology for your college. The moment I give one assignment, draw the network topology for your college means it is your task to draw the topology. But at the same time, I should not ask this question towards non-computer science people. Non-computer science people mean they may not be knowing. They will go to the lab and they will start doing things, certain things. But when you are coming from the computer science department or IT department, especially, and if you are specifically handling computer networks or databases or internet programming or web programming or security, cryptography, it is your responsibility that you should know the actual environment which is available in your college. Because what is really happening when we happen when from the industry point of view, when we happen to discuss with a few students, well, they are coming for the interview, we are asking very simple questions. How many WAN IP addresses are available in your college? Immediately they are telling that, sir, I do not know. Can you tell me the topology which is available in your college? Immediately they are telling that, sir, I do not know. So the problem is that even though academic institutions are having the big labs and all, somewhere else there is a communication gap. There may be experienced and excellent people from the system side, from the research group, from the professors group, and all those things. Somewhere else information is lacking. That means theoretically the students have a lot of ideas in terms of the TCP, IP, and application layer and network layer, transport layer, and they start studying different programming and even security. But practically, they do not know where such things are existing. And also with respect to the lab experiments, I tell you, the networking lab is not new for us. Even security lab recently come into existence. I came to know through some board of studies meeting. But anyhow, for the past 10 to 15 years, I remember network programming exercises are available in the curriculum itself. So, what are the network programming laboratories already available? How these laboratory exercises may be enhancing the knowledge of students, and what problems we can give for the mini projects, what problems we can give for the actual real-time work which the industry is expecting. That's a question. Now I ask one question towards the participants. Any one of you, can you tell me, because I may not be knowing the entire clear picture of the current syllabus or all, but at the same time, for better understanding, just I would like to ask, because today what I'm going to do, I'm going to just to show the Metasploit framework by running certain commands and all, that which is very important for all of us. Somehow you have been studying networking and cryptography and tools you have been studying, some commands you have been studying, some programming also there, some research is also there. Because research in the sense that researchers may be using artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, specifically for solving some cybersecurity problems. So some you need to have the interconnectivity among all the subcomponents what I have been dealing. That means your networking laboratory, your programming aspects from the networking, your commands and actual Python programming for networks or Java programming for networks or internet programming, web programming for the security side, cyber security side, cryptography programs, again, research ideas. How can you combine all these together to move with some other project which you are going to consider? Because from the industry point of view, we will be doing many things. But when I pass such ideas to the targeted audience, I think it will be very useful for all of you. I ask one question. Anybody else? Can you tell me what kind of programming you are going to do under scanning? How do you scan the network? Behind the scanning the network, what concepts are available? What kind of programming you are going to do? Anybody else? Because this is the starting point of information gathering in the penetration testing, which is coming under the Metasploit framework. So once again, repeat the question. What do you mean by scanning? And what is really happening? What kind of logic behind scanning? For example, TCP scanning and UDP scanning, ping scanning. There are so many types of scans are available. It's not like the word single scanning. So scanning itself is a very big topic. And how do you implement scanning? Suppose I ask one question. Write a Java program or Python program to implement scanning for your students. So what ideas you'll be passing towards your students? Anybody else? Participants? Just 1 minute, because the session has to be interactive. Hello? Hello? So what is the logic behind scanning? What what detailed logic is behind scanning the particular system or particular network or particular whatever way application or database? What actually you are going to do? What's the idea? Or what tools you are going to use for scanning? Or what programming concepts are behind scanning? Because which is going to play a vital role in Metasploit framework. Audience, please. Targeted audience. Even you can talk, no problem. Any one of you, come forward. Hello. Madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Please be interactive. What actually happening? What detailed logic is behind scanning? Okay, I asked one question. What is the purpose of finding the ports? Why you have to discover the ports for scanning? Because for every problem, you should ask many questions like why. This is very important for implementation as well as research. Why you have to search for the ports or services with respect to scanning? What is your major objective for the Metasploit framework? Because of that, what information the attacker will be collecting? Hello? What information attacker will be collecting? Please start thinking. Any one of the participants, please be interactive. Because I tell you one thing, even in the online class, okay, all the participants, you can have a feeling that you are attending the class. I mean, like a regular class. I mean, you've been attending classes in a direct mode. That kind of interaction is also important for all of us. Anyhow, I proceed. The point is that, first of all, we need to discover the ports. We need to discover a lot of ports and services. Specifically, we need to know the open ports. We need to know the open ports. For example, for the target system, which I am pointing to, for the target system which I am pointing to, all the ports are closed. All the ports are closed. Will I be able to attack the remote machine? Yes or no? Assume that the remote machine has been closed in terms of all the ports. Actually, it will never happen like that. It will never happen like that, because there are certain ports that must be compulsorily open for any system which is going to have access to the network. Why? What are the ports? You tell me. Suppose, for example, when my house is going to be safeguarded, I can lock all the doors, okay, all the windows, so my house can be protected. So the thief or the criminals may not be able to enter into my house. That's why I'm locking my house. Similarly, if you close all your ports in your machine or the network, is there a chance for the attacker to enter into your system? No. So why you are not closing all the ports? If you are closing all the ports, what are the disadvantages? If you are opening a few ports which are very important for the activity of the network, which ports are to be opened? which ports are to be opened, and for whom those ports access should be given. I mean, which users will have to have permission to access to those ports. So these are the things you have to think differently. Let us okay illustrate in detail. This is very important because this is a starting point for developing the penetration testing tool. Why I am telling all these things? For example, in industries, every industry is interested in developing their own tool. For example, in our company also, we are interested. I mean, we have been dealing with this penetration tool by our team. Even though we are utilizing some vendors tool like Metasploit, and we are doing research on our own tool. So when I am developing our own tool in terms of some other programming languages, because if you talk about any tool, the tool might have been developed using any programming language. That is also one important point. Yesterday, we happened to discuss the DVWA. That the DVWA application has been developed using which programming language? Because I happen to show that tool, as well as beginning the tool also, I happen to show the source code. So I tell you, all the open source tools, my suggestion towards the research scholars or the PG students, what you have to do, even undergraduate or even towards the undergraduate students, faculty members, what they are supposed to convey, not only you have to use the tool, but also they have to look at the source code of the tool. And when you do research on the source code of the open source tool, you will understand and you will collect more information. And there is a possibility that you can do wonderful research on auditing, security auditing, and security auditing and incident response. And basically, all these things are related to the intrusion detection system. Practically, how intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system, all industries are dealing with. Intrusion detection system is nothing but the security auditing, because whenever the intrusion is going to happen, they have to detect. Intrusion prevention system, in the case of IPS only, firewall will come. So in the development of the firewall, IP tables will also be involved. That is the another aspect. Because this IDS, IPS, the defenders will be keeping for safeguarding their own organization. So whether for safeguarding my organization, I can act as, I can keep all security tools, for example, IDS and IPS. But at the same time, some cyber criminals, okay, some hackers are not supposed to affect my network, my organization, my assets. For that, even I need to have the knowledge of ethical hacking also. So in terms of ethical hacking, what knowledge I have to have? I need to have the knowledge of attacking also. So when we are going to recruit any person from any college or even freshers or experienced people, we will see the knowledge from both attacker and the defender. Both attacker and the defender, like a thief and a police. Policeman should have the capability of finding the criminals. So he has to think in terms of the idea being the what is a thief. But he need not be the thief, but he should behave, he should think in terms of the behavioral pattern of the thief. Then only there is a possibility for the police to CBI or CBCID to capture the thief. Like this, for protecting our network, we should behave like both attacker and defender. Okay. Now the interesting question I have posted, I have forwarded to all of you is, what is the need for scanning? Why the ports will have to be open? If the ports are open, the attacker can easily attack the remote target system. So which ports are to be open, which ports are to be closed? That is the concept that we have to discuss. And again, when the ports are open in the target remote only, that is a starting point of entry. That is a starting point of entry with respect to the attacker. That's what we mean by vulnerability. So identify the vulnerable system and launch exploit or compromise. Exploit is some code. Exploit is some code like what is a malicious code or a script we used to, the attacker used to make use of it. Here Some situation I have given. Kali Linux or Backtrack 5 is attacker. Windows XP, old operating system, SP2 or SP3. And even for testing purpose, you can take Windows XP or Windows Metasploitable 2 for the victim side. By taking 2 or 3 machines, you can do investigation by yourself. And RPC DCOM, these are the vulnerabilities, and Net API is the Microsoft side vulnerabilities. And a lot of new terms will be coming. By the time you collect these ideas, and later you can take practice. So there are a few commands available in Metasploit. We'll get into the environment very soon. And as per the latest update of the Metasploit, we have a few exploits. Lot of exploits they have done for the past 10 to 15 years. Even every time the industry keeps investigating exploits. So as per the survey, I have put 2071 exploits and 1123 auxiliary and 352 post and 592 payloads and 45 encoders, 10 knobs and 7 evasion. The auxiliary is nothing but after identifying the port or service, and also once I collect the user's enumeration, I need the password for getting into the system and password. So the auxiliary enables the cybersecurity professionals to carry out brute force techniques. The auxiliary coming under the Metasploit enables the cybersecurity professionals to carry out brute force techniques. We will see all these things. So there are a lot of core commands. In terms of the Metasploit commands, we have a classification, how the commands can be classified. Core commands, module commands, job commands, resource script commands, database backend commands, credential backend commands, developer commands. So a lot of commands are there. You have to take practice. It will take much more time. And with respect to the module commands, just I have written a few module commands. Use. Use means use the exploit. Suppose I have 2071 exploits. So which exploit I want to use? I can use some existing exploits. And I want to search for the exploits. Which exploits are available? Search for the exploits. And again, after using the exploits, certain options may be available. Those options I can show through show options and the information about the exploit. Information about the exploit. These are the exploits commands. I get into the exploits further. I will be executing all these commands. Prior to that, just you are supposed to be familiar with a few commands so that when I run certain commands, at least you will know what it is. Suppose I put help database. So database I can see. If I want to execute from the exit from the Metasploit framework console, there is a console called MSF console. And sudo is used in the Linux command msfdb. I can initiate the database msfdb and again console and use. This is the VNC server. VNC server means VNC server is available under Windows. Exploits as Windows VNC, real VNC client, and remote desktop like that. And again use exploit IE. This is for the Internet Explorer exploit and Flash, because a lot of applications are having different exploits. CVE, common vulnerabilities and exposures. That's a very big database. CVE 2016, 2018. So all these commands you have to take practice. And how to take practice? There are certain ways by which you have to order the commands also. You cannot type the commands as you wish. But at the same time, you need, once you know the logic, you can remembering that logic, you can make use of different commands. This is the Flash exploits. Use exploit, multi-browser, because the Flash will happen in the browser and show options. And correspondingly, I may be able to receive certain retries, SRV host, source host and port, SSL certificate, URL path and all. And you have to set in certain commands for any exploits. You will be using, setting up the host as well as port. And also two things you have to set up: L host, L port, R host, and R port. R host means remote host, remote port. L host means attacker side. which attacker IP, L host and L port, and show payloads and information associated with the malicious code. Like this, lot of comments are there, and show targets. So, which machines you want to aim for the attacking. So, return a list of operating systems which are vulnerable to the selected exploit. So, there may be many targets. For example, in the list of different networks, you select any one of the networks. Under that network, again, there is a possibility for you to select a different set of computers, machines. You can select any one of the machines for hacking. Set target one, show advanced, set displayable payload handler true. Basically, these commands has been used by Metasploit framework. But behind that each and every command, what do you think? There will be some programming. Always there will be programming. I tell you one thing, with respect to Linux operating system or any OS, any commands, if you are typing, behind that some programs will be there. For example, a very simple thing, even when you are going to copy one file from another file, from one location to another location, normally what we use cp abc.c to xyz.c. So what is the meaning? The file will be copied. But what is going to happen now? The CP is nothing but the program, copy program. Like that, it will happen. Now, with this, I stop. Now, I will move through the Metasploit framework. You will understand something you know, somewhat some familiar certain commands. Okay, fine. With this, I stop. After showing a few hands-on, again, we will get into the Metasploit framework. First, what you have to do, you need to have the Oracle VirtualBox Manager. So using Oracle VM VirtualBox Manager, you are supposed to have the Kali Linux. Already Kali is running, and you need to know how to configure the machine and all, how to add the VM. Suppose, for example, I want to add, suppose this is the new one VM. If you want to add, you can add, and all those things you can do. Now, here VirtualBox Manager, what you are going to do, you keep adding lot of virtual machines. You keep adding lot of virtual machines. Okay. Now I get into the system. This is the Kali Linux. Okay. I hope all of you may be having Kali in your laptop. Otherwise, you need to have the setup of the Kali. So I'm giving root. I'm giving the password. So I get into the system. So initially I do not have anything. So what I am going to do, just listen. I click here. So I have a lot of tools. So this is information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, database assessment, password attacks, wireless attacks, reverse engineering, exploitation tools, spoofing, reporting, social engineering tools. I hope different speakers might have shown different tools. Lot of tools are available. Using these tools, you might have experimented. What we are going to see now, we are going to see Metasploit framework. So I click Metasploit framework. So Metasploit framework has been started. So that's what in the PPT I was showing, executing sudo msfdb init and msf console. This is the starting point. And because of this, you are going to get MSF console very soon. Now, the Metasploit framework itself is going to start the database, and it is going to start many initialization files, and certain things will keep running. Finally, I will be getting the MSF console. We will see, because I'm interested in showing everything from the scratch. So Metasploit framework is running now. Is one of the penetration testing tools. Okay, fine. So like this, first you will be having Metasploit framework environment. This Metasploit by Rapid7. Rapid7 is the company name. Rapid7 is the company name. Here only, as I said earlier, Metasploit version 6.0.15, 2071 exploits, 1123 auxiliary, 352 post, payloads, and everything was there. What you have to do now, if I type something info, lot of comments are there, some info will come. Okay. And suppose I take, so this is the, if you want to know lot of things, this is official website of that company. So working with the exploits. So they have, this is a tutorials they have given in the, okay, their own product itself, working with active and passive exploits in Metasploit. There are many things available. All these commands you have to take practice by yourself, one after another. What is happening? I will show you a few things because it's a very big concept. What is going to happen? Suppose for the exploits, what is the meaning? What is the payloads? What is the database? First, we will see. So MSF console I have opened. Suppose I used search. Suppose these are the basic commands. Help, search, show exploits. Suppose I want to show the exploits. So what you have to do? Show exploits. So it will show a list of exploits. It is running, I think so, the background. Show exploits, show options, set R host, R port. Okay. It takes some time because I given show exploits. It is going to show, okay, lot of exploits. It is going to show lot of exploits. So prior, in between, let the exploits will come. In between, what we can see. Okay. Because while we are going to experiment those commands and all, certain commands may take much more time. No problem. Just I want to show the certain exploits, and we will be using exploits. Okay, no problem. But what actually experiment we want to do in terms of Metasploit framework, we want to have a detailed study of Nmap associated with the exploits and auxiliary, and how we can attack, how we can identify the service for FTP and all. Okay. With respect to Nmap tool, we have Nmap port and service scans and Nmap commands, and we have the port scan programming. First, what you have to understand, suppose for example, if I am going to use this particular command, nmap hyphen small s capital S hyphen p hyphen target IP address. You can give one target IP address. This small hyphen small s capital S. This is the syntax. This is for syn scan. Syn scan. If you use nmap only the IP address, target IP address means it is going to scan that particular system. So who is going to scan? even the attacker will be interested in scanning, as well as sometimes the defender also may be interested in scanning for safeguarding to identify whether the ports which has been set as open or closed. Now, the interpretation of the statement is what you have to understand. It's in a packet. 1 second. Prior to that, I will come one after another. A lot of things are there. So I think I can put Control C. That will be better. Otherwise, I can close it. It's taking much more time. So again, initially, I can open. Because while you are going to issue the commands and all, some small commands, I mean, the commands if you are giving, it may take much more time. Because since I have given show exploits, it is going to list out all the exploits, like the ls command. Okay. Again, I have closed, I have opened another shell. Now, MSF will come. In between, what I want to do, okay, this nmap hyphen small s, capital S, hyphen P, hyphen target IP address. What is the idea of this? This scanning of the particular IP address, particular machine with respect to SYN scan. This one is, I want to know the operating system of the remote system, because normally for the target, remote target, I may not be knowing the OS. Please listen. I may not be knowing the operating system of the remote target. How I will be knowing? So this nmap, with the help of the nmap, I will be able to identify the operating system, which OS, whether the hacked system is using a Linux OS or Mac OS or Windows OS in terms of -O. This is O. And this is for the version, and this is for the SYN scan, and everything you can see. But the interpretation of that port scan is go through, you will have better idea. Start the nmap port scan and service scan. Start the open port scan with scanning the target host with the nmap. Yes, I have opened. And we will use a TCP SYN scan. TCP SYN scan for this purpose. And then we will scan the target for open UDP ports. Because I want to identify whether the TCP ports are UDP ports which are open. And normally what happens when the attacker uses the nmap command, you know handshaking. Please you recall TCP handshaking. What is really happening in the TCP handshaking? Between two machines, A and B, A will be sending SYN packet to B, B will be sending acknowledgement for the SYN. Again, A will be sending acknowledgement for the SYN plus acknowledgement. So first, initially A will be sending SYN, and B will be sending acknowledgement for the SYN. Again, A will be sending acknowledgement for the SYN acknowledgement. This is what we mean by three-way handshaking for the complete established connection. This is what really happening in the scanning. That's why I asked what logic, what detailed logic behind scanning. So when you give nmap, when you are going to use the nmap command, behind that command, scanning is there. We know even behind that scanning, handshaking programming is there. That's what I'm trying to say. Handshaking program is existing. So while you are going to implement handshaking programming, because the handshaking programming means the students will have to understand this TCP handshaking from the scratch. Why I am telling all these things? When we interact with the IIT, NIT, IIIT students in India, which are the top institutions, and most of the time, those undergraduate students or postgraduate students will start writing the C programming or C++ or Python or Java, whatever it is. They will start developing this handshaking from the scratch only. The scratch is very important. That's what, because of the industry, when we are coming in, we have to emphasize the significance of the scratch programming. And once the students are very clever in writing or developing the programming to the scratch, they can write the corresponding tool. So the question is, the assignment is going to be like this. Why you should not develop a tool which can behave like nmap? You are already having a nmap tool. And the GUI for the nmap is ZenMap, Z-E-N, ZenMap. You have the tool. But the Point is that while you are going to develop your own penetration testing tool, and you have to think in terms of programming also. So SYN-SCAN, that's why I'm telling you, SYN-SCAN is known as multi-port scan because it does not finish the full TCP handshake. The third part, the acknowledgement for the SYN acknowledgement, it will never be given. So a full TCP connection starts with the three-way handshake where the SYN packet is sent to by Nmap as the first part of the handshake. When you port on the target machine, suppose in the target machine your port is there, when your port on the target machine is open, it will respond with SYN acknowledgement packet, SYN acknowledgement packet. So this is what really happening now in between. One second. Yeah, MSF console has come. Now what I am going to do, from here, I want to execute Nmap by giving some IP address, or I can give the even domain name itself. Suppose some, actually, while you are going to do experimentation and all, always don't try to attack other legitimate systems. So you may be under problems. So without getting permission, you are not supposed to do. But for your own systems, your own networks, for the experimentation, that's why for the research side, they've given the vulnerable applications, vulnerable machines for the experimentation, because you are not permitted to attack some legitimate systems. That's why what I am doing, just I'm giving some IP address, because I'm giving, one second. Actually, we have one small component for the experimentation purpose only. For the time being, then we will remove it. So glossyscm.com failed to install. So I think I can give the dot is not there. Now, please, I am executing this Nmap from the MSF. That's all. So I am running this Nmap from the MSF. Even Nmap may be running from the Nmap tool itself or from the ZenMap. Okay, ZenMap. But just for the discovery of the ports, I am showing from the Metasploit frameworks. After finishing this Nmap clearly with a better understanding, I can get into the exploits. It's taking some time for discovery of the ports and all. In between, we can get into the concept. So I already given Nmap one IP address, one domain name IP address. Now it starts discovering the ports. So what I am trying to say, the implementation, how can you implement the tool which can behave like a Nmap, and the developers must write the piece of the code or the function for transfer of the SYN packet from A to B. Again, they have to write a separate piece of the code for the transfer of acknowledgement for the SYN from B to A. Again, they have to write another piece of the code for acknowledgement for the SYN acknowledgement transfer from A to B. That's what we mean by scanning. So such practices, please, you try to give towards students as an assignment, and they will be very much interested. And also, when you start a SYN scan from Nmap, when you start a SYN scan from Nmap without specifying the port range, then Nmap will scan only the first 1,000 ports. Suppose you are not specifying any ports, 1,000 ports will be instead of all 65,535 ports. To scan all ports, suppose you want to scan all ports, you have to use the -p-flag. The Nmap SYN scan command uses -small s for the SYN. So this syntax and all you need not remember, but you can look at the documentation or tutorial, and you having understood, you can ask the student to write the programming. That's what I am telling. SYN programming, as well as they have to have the knowledge of the tool. SYN scan from port 1 to port 65,530. So these are the corresponding commands. And again, while you are going to apply Nmap port scan and service scan, meanwhile, we will see what are the things we have seen. Yeah, these are the comments. Now it's over. Now again, you go through. I have run Nmap from the MSF. So somehow I'm getting the IP address, and certain ports are open, certain ports are closed. For your understanding purpose only, I made certain ports are open. Suppose FTP. If you look at this FTP port, this is open 21/TCP open FTP. Now this is the entry point for the hacker to enter. But at the same time, uh, even the legitimate users can make use of this FTP, and what they will do, they can enter into this FTP using the password, even SSH. These are the important things: FTP, SSH, SMTP, HTTP, and HTTPS, and MySQL. MySQL is also open 3306. Certain things are closed. So what are the ports open and what are the ports closed? So like this, first you have to identify. So having identified these open ports only, now you start exploiting the uh, certain exploits. You can start doing the operation for the exploits. We will see now. I think now you have a clear idea with respect to scanning Nmap from the Metasploit framework. What is this? Now I have lot of services after scanning the ports. This is one of the vulnerability actually, because in the 21 port itself, I have the vulnerability called VSFTPD 2.3.4. Similarly, for the Debian 8 Ubuntu 1, OpenSSH, Linux Telnet D service on Open port 23, postfix. What is this postfix? Anybody else? Because this has been associated with the which service? Postfix. Why do we use postfix? Anybody else? Can you tell me where postfix has been associated? By looking at the port number, you will be able to give the answer. For port 25, which service will be using port 25? Audience, which service from the application layer will be using 25, port 25? Port 25 is famous for what? Hello, participants? Port 53? Yeah. Please tell me the answer. At least for the speaker point of view. Yeah. Port 25 is meant for what purpose you are using? Because that is all you have to remember. Hello, I didn't get the answer. Port 53. And what is the use of bind? Because so many things are there. I tell you, penetration testing is a very toughest area in the whole cybersecurity and ethical hacking. And what is the use of binding? Where do you use bind? Okay, the binding is used in the case of DNS, domain name service. Okay, domain name service is used for converting the domain name into IP address. The port 53 is meant for DNS. Port 25 is meant for SMTP. And this is Ubuntu. Port 80 is meant for Apache server, HTTP. Similarly, Samba service. So all these services are open with the ports as well as exploits are also there. Because especially VSFTPD is one of the exploits. Like this, the subject moves. The 3R services, GNU class path, Metasploitable root shell, and MySQL, PostgreSQL, VNC protocol, Apache JSO protocol, Apache Tomcat JSP engine on port 8180. This is the Nmap UDP scan. The moment you give this command, Nmap I small -s capital U, this is the UDP. I'm giving IP address straight away. So 53 is for DNS, actually UDP, and open. So what are the ports open? So I want to know the open ports. Yes, I have identified a few open ports. Now, in the case of Nmap UDP scans may cause a lot of false positives, because as far as the UDP is concerned, when the scanned UDP port is closed, the system will respond to ICMP port unreachable message. The absence of such package indicates the UDP port is open for many scanning tools. Like this. Again, with respect to Nmap, penetration testers gets to see what users have access to the server. I mean, what kind of access I'm having with respect to the server and which users are existing on the network. Now I can show certain things. This is the user enumeration with the nmap. This is the exploit. Nmap script smb enum users.ns. If you use like this, and there is a possibility for you to analyze the or find the list of the users. The question is, how do you find the list of users in the target remote system? You have to use this command. How do you identify a list of users in the target remote system? That's what I'm telling. There are multiple ways by which users can be listed out on the Linux system. This is for the FTP exploit. And these are the different types of nmap scans. These are the different types of nmap scans. Intent scan plus UDP, intent scan all TCP ports, intent scan no ping scan, quick scan. Accordingly, we have the commands. So what I am asking you, each and every this ping scan, quick scan, intent scan is totally different with respect to the programming. So accordingly, use the syntax hyphen intent scan capital T4 and nmap hyphen SN nmap hyphen S capital S hyphen SU hyphen T4 hyphen A hyphen V. Like this, you use lot of commands I have given for your better practice. Again, quick scan plus, you can use this command. Quick trace route nmap hyphen SN hyphen trace route nmap, and this is a slow comprehensive scan. Right. Now what I am going to do, so as such, I have given sufficient knowledge with respect to your scanning. Now we are going to experiment with the exploits. Just listen. So there are a lot of comments, and first you have to get the help. I can straight away go to certain things. All nmap commands you take practice by yourself. For example, I want to identify the vulnerable FTP service. This is the experiment I want to do. Just listen. This is the experiment I want to carry out in the Metasploit framework. What I am going to do, use exploit / Unix. So Unix exploits. My objective is to capture the Unix exploits. So what command I am using? Use exploit / Unix. Okay, / FTP. The moment, because I want to make use of FTP exploits in the Unix system. This is the command I have to use when I'm going to make use of Metasploit framework. What I am going to do, just listen. No results from search. 1 second. Exploit / Unix. Exploits or exploit? Exploit. Exploit / Unix. Yeah, I'm having lot of exploits. I'm having lot of exploits like this. Okay. So now what you can do, which exploit you want to use? Lot of things are there, because with respect to the FTP, I can deal with the WordPress, PHP mailer, WordPress, WP Symposium, and cPanel, cPanel. I hope all of you might have known cPanel. cPanel, where do you use cPanel? Anybody else? Where do you use cPanel? The last statement is cPanel. Like this, there is a concept called cPanel. cPanel is used for web hosting. Plus PLESK. Where do you use plus? It is used for web hosting your web application in the Microsoft. Once again, I tell you, web hosting. I mean, you have the web application. You want to host your web application in the web server available in the Microsoft environment. The one of the famous panels called plus PLVSK. And similarly for the Unix, if you want to what I say, upload your deploy your web application web server, the control panel is cPanel. Now my objective is to run this FTP VSF TPD, because when I'm giving FTP, it was not running exploit slash Unix. So I have to see now FTP. What I can see, I can go like this. Which number I have to see? FTP. So FTP. Yeah, FTP. Here FTP is there. FTP is there. And what tutorial I'm having? FTP VS of FTP VS FTPD. So FTP VS of TPD. That means the number seven exploit I'm going to use, because this and all already they have done wonderful research. These are the previous exploits which have been compromised by the researchers from the community team. Like this only you have to do the exploits. VSF VSFTPD underscore 234 underscore backdoor. So what I'll be doing, use 7 under the Unix. These are the 202 exploits are there under the Unix. So if I want to use the seventh one, use 7. Yeah, I have already identified. What is this? Exploit of Unix slash FTP slash VS FTPD underscore 234 underscore backdoor. So I got into this exploit. Now I'm following this tutorial. So after getting into this prompt, I'm giving show options. Yes, I can give show options. Even those who are already having Linux, I mean Kali Linux with you, you can do like this. You can have a hands-on simultaneously. What you have to do? Once I tell you, first you have to meet with the MSF. Then this particular command you have to give. First command, use exploit slash Unix till now. After that, I have to identify this FTP, for which what I'm giving, use 7, because there are out of how many exploits are there? 202 exploits are there. Okay, 202 exploits are there. I am going to use 7th exploit. So show options. Show options. So when I'm giving show options, what it is going to supply, we'll see. So these are the things. So the response is in this form. What is the response? I'm getting 2 module options under exploit slash Unix slash FTP slash VS FTPD underscore 234 underscore backdoor. Under this module options, I have 2 things: R host and R port. R host required yes, R port 21 is. What statement is displayed against our host? The target host, range CADR. CADR means CADR, you know from the IP address, CADR identifier or host file with the syntax. So what I am trying to do, just I will show you. I'm following this tutorial. Set R host. Set this R host. So what I can do, set this R host.
Sir, Srinivasan, sir. Sir, no voice. Sir, no audible, sir.
Sir, your mic is mute, sir. So unmute your mic.
Hmm.
Hello, is it audible now?
Yes, sir. It's audible now, sir.
Okay, okay. The problem is resolved. Now I can start.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Madam, now the screen is visible. Metasploit framework. Hello, organizer.
Yes, sir. Visible.
Okay, okay. I can proceed. So now we have been discussing about how to carry out the exploits. Actually, all these concepts, unless otherwise we slowly explain the other end, I mean, the participants may not be able to follow. That's why we are explaining a lot of ideas with clear illustrations. Once you have ideas, you can take practice later. Okay, no problem. So the vulnerable FTP service, just I am showing. So up to this third statement, we have finished. Set our host, this IP address. This IP address, just like that, you should not use. This IP address, which one you have to use? I mean, initially, you have used the Nmap tool for identifying the IP address of the remote machine. That IP address you have to use. Similarly, for the open port, this is the open port. That's why I used Nmap. Sometimes you may be thinking, why SAR is using Nmap? I already studied in the earlier session. That's not like that. Everything is connected. So unless otherwise, I'm interested in collecting information about the remote target, how is it possible for me to start exploiting the remote target? So after using the Nmap, you are supposed to use the exploit. That you remember. So set our host. This is what I am doing now. We will proceed. So just I have taken this IP address from the previous one. Fine. So that is set. Oh, set our host, because if the syntax is going to be wrong, okay, the error will happen. I have given set. So host 92 point some number I am giving. This is for the experimentation purpose. Okay, now it has been set. Again, what I'm going to do, I have to set the R port. So because this is the my target service, this FTP service only I am pointing out. So set R port 21. R port 21. Now also it's fine. Okay. Next, what I am doing, run. Now I am going to run the exploit. So I am using run. Okay. So when I'm going to run the exploit, what is happening? You please look at it. So just I want to exploit the vulnerable FTP service. Something is happening, but again, the system is not permitting us to get into that FTP service. Somehow it has been protected. That's what the game happens between two systems. But somehow you are able to see. Actually, you have a feeling that you are able to get into that remote host. You want to capture the FTP service. Now, what is that? You are user number 3 of 500 allowed. Somewhat local time. This is a private system. You will be disconnected after 15 minutes of inconnectivity. Again, 331 user is there, but password required. So in the case of password required, again what you have to do, somewhat you have to make use of the auxiliary. Auxiliary means brute force technique. So somehow I am again trying through. Anyhow, suppose for example exploit completed, but no session was created. If you are getting the session means you are getting into the FTP of the remote host. So I am not getting the session. Somehow we are protected somewhere else, even though actually what you have to do, you have to take some two systems, and one vulnerable machine should be completely vulnerable in such a way that everything should be opened. Then only you can. Just but I show the effect of things. What you can do in your college, you take two or three machines. One machine you act as the attacker machine, another machine you act as the hacking machine. In the hacking machine, you put the old operating system or the some domain, some website you can have, and web server you can have, that VM, virtual machine you can have. Sometimes instead of the virtual machine, you can have the Docker also. Docker, D-O-C-K-E-R. What we mean by Docker? Anybody else? Here we deal with the virtual machine. Oracle Virtual Box, we have more than one VM. Instead of the VM also, in industry, in reality, we make use of the, what I say, Docker, sometimes DevOps. What is the advantage of VM is better, and Docker is somewhat better. Why? Why Docker is even suitable, better appropriate rather than virtual machine. Virtual machine also you can use it. Docker you can also use it. Docker, what do you mean by Docker? Anybody else? Participants, please interact. What is the difference? Basically, VM is used for virtualization. So you can virtualize your CPU, you can virtualize your memory, you can virtualize your device. At no point you are not going to virtualize operating system. Okay. Docker is capable of virtualizing everything. So OS virtualization, please note down, OS virtualization is not taken place in virtual machine, but OS virtualization is taken place in Docker. So you can have a minimal OS. With respect to the minimal OS, in terms of the minimal container, there you can have the web server and web application, and even for that web server, you can provide the FTP service. If you want to access to that FTP, if you want to access to that web application in the FTP server via FTP, and you try to create a situation of more vulnerabilities, then you can. But here we are not able to get into that. So again, what I want to do, I want to exit from here. So it's okay. You can exit from here. This is a command. And now what I am going to show you in between, I close it. Again, I can create some other shell because it is already loaded. That's better. But now I want to show another effect. Let it come. Meanwhile, we will see some more concepts. So what I am going to explain, till now you have seen two major areas in the Metasploit framework, which is coming under the penetration testing. One is the detailed study of the scanning in terms of different types of scans. Quick scan, an intensive scan, TCP scan, UDP scan, ping scan, and all those things. Now, exploits. Now, what we are going to see, somewhat similarly, a lot of comments are there. You can take practice of Windows 2003 machine using the meterpreter. This is another exploit. Like that, you have to take practice. That's all. Use exploit MS03 DCOM, show payloads, payload, Windows meterpreter, bind TCP. Just I read it out for understanding purpose. But a lot of commands are available in this open tutorials. I already shown one open tutorials. You need not worry about that. You can note down this link. Only thing, offensive-security.com. That's all. Offensive-security.com. This is the official website for the Metasploit framework. There, lot of comments are there. So the one here, the point what you have to understand. MSF exploit MS08_067 NetAP means after getting into this exploit, I'm using another command. So you can use different commands. Similarly, I'm showing all possibilities, and later you can use it. Now, databases. Just I'm showing databases because you keep on collecting the information from the Nmap, and the list may be very lengthy. But at the later point, again, every time you need not do scanning. Once you finish the scanning earlier, that output can be kept in the XML database, XML or JSON. XML or JSON. What you can do in the MSF console, if you take practice, you will be knowing all these commands. Just you have to type, that's all. Just I am showing one or two things. For example, help database. So the only thing now I have left it for the investigation purposes, auxiliary. This is the, like that, lot of exploits are there. Okay, lot of exploits are there. So you have to have a detailed study. It's not, it cannot be over within one day. But this is another part. But similarly, different SSH, first I will show this part. So vulnerable FTP service, we tried, but we are not able to get into that. Somehow that has been protected. Again, what is going to happen? Auxiliary, here I tried to do somewhat brute force technique. So how I am going to do brute force technique using auxiliary, that is going to be the ending part of this Metasploit framework. Some more comments are there. Certain comments I can run here and there. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Now MSF. So what you can do, you go to this slide, n number of comments are there. All these comments you please take practice. Naturally, I think 300, 400, 500 comments are there. But with respect to some objective, with respect to some requirements, you try to do like that. Now, help database. So I want to see the same thing. Just I am showing certain comments because we have two major activities we have finished till now. What are the major two activities? We have finished the scanning part. We identify the IP address, and also we identify the operating system. We identified the IP, I mean open ports. Then we have started exploiting. Somewhat we know to which extent we have gone, but we are not able to get the session because still the remote system is protected more, even though the port is open. That is the idea. Okay, but auxiliary means in terms of the brute force technique, I have to show that one part. Just I have kept it aside. I take another 5 minutes to show, and that auxiliary part probably after the break we will see. Now I would like to run for 1 or 2 comments. Probably I will stop after 5 minutes. 1 second. So suppose, because why I am showing this, this report is sufficient. So it is not necessary that I have to give the tutorial. All the comments I have taken from this part only. Offensive-security.com. Please note down. Offensive-security.com. This is the thing. Offensive hyphen offensive hyphen security.com. This is the website. Okay, this website, if you go, anybody can understand a lot of comments from there, and you can become an expert by running a lot of commands. You have to do the investigation. Why I am doing like this? This investigation is very important. And now I go there, help database, a few comments just for understanding purpose, I show you. So this is the way you can see database backend comments. So initially I was showing in my PPT database backend comments. Am I right? For example, now I close this one. Hereafter I think Nmap may not be required. Okay, let it be. Metasploit comments. Okay, I have shown database backend comments. I have put. Are you able to recall core comments, module comments, job comments? This is the classification of the comments. Resource script, database backend, host, services. In order to have a better idea of all these comments and take practice on all these things, you should follow this website, and this is coming under the database backend comments. So just it is listing out. So we will see through our website what are the things it is showing. Analyze database information about your specific address. Connect to an existing data service. So you can connect. Whether suppose in your Kali Linux, which database may be available. First you have to investigate whether the MySQL or PostgreSQL. Then disconnect, export a file containing the contents of the database. Export and import. I think people may be knowing. Import means if you have your report outside the application, you can import. Export means you can export that report from the application to your laptop. I mean, from laptop to the application or application to the laptop. If you want to import something from the laptop to the application, that means I am running my Nmap. Please listen. I'm getting some output. You already know I am running some Nmap. I suppose for like this, I am running ww. Suppose I am running. So at the end of this command, I will be having one output. Okay, that output is displayed in your console only. But you want to take the backup of this Nmap because what is the meaning of the scanning? Every time you have to do the scanning. And also in industry, what do you do? Scanning will have to be taken place periodically. Scanning will have to be taken place periodically because scanning is the only important area where we can identify the intrusions from the defending side as well as from the attacker point of view also. We will be able to analyze the open ports are available. If I want to protect, if I want to safeguard my system, I ask my employees to do scanning periodically. So what actually we are doing, we have to identify the vulnerabilities that we call it as the vulnerability validation. So out of different vulnerabilities, 50 or 100 vulnerabilities, the crucial vulnerabilities also I have to identify. And the crucial vulnerabilities I have to pick up from the existing list, the severity level. Yesterday we have seen security level low, security level medium, security level high in terms of DVWA. Like that, here also security levels will have to be identified. Severity level will have to be identified. Once you have known that vulnerability only, then because every time when you do the scanning, just you should not see the only output from the console. Actually, in industry, what do you do? We have to redirect the output of the Nmap to particular database. In the database, with respect to the timing, for example, today is particular date 25. The timing is 11:34. I take the backup of the scanning. Again, after half an hour, again I would like to take another backup. So you know this. This is the output of the Nmap. Now the question is, can I redirect? Can I import this output to the database? Yes, I can do it. Like this, you have to do investigation. For that purpose only, this database commands are coming. So I think now I stop 11:35. I mean, up to this, one session is over. Probably I give 10 minutes time. After 10 minutes, I request the participants to join by 11:45. We will go up to 1 o'clock or 1:50, depending upon the status of the scenarios. Okay, madam. Hello. Hello, madam. It was 10 minutes break. I made announcement. After 10 minutes, I request the participants to join by
Okay.
11:45. You can go up to 1 o'clock or 1:50, just to 1:10. Okay. I adjust accordingly because some more concepts I have to explain. People, please, participants, wait. You will be having lot of ideas, not only from now Metasploit framework. Again, one more concept I'm going to explain after 10 minutes, SQL injection. Okay. Along with that, you can have more ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All the participants are requested to take 10 minutes break. After 10 minutes, you reconnect it. Okay. Thank you. Sir, sir, Srinivasan, sir, sir. Sir, sir, no, sir, your voice is not audible.
Now it's audible.
Yes, sir, it's
Ah,
audible, sir.
so I start the session now. Okay.
Okay, sir, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So we had a discussion with respect to the discovery of scans and exploits and all. Now we will see, and also as I said earlier, and yeah, you have the tutorial like this. You can use a lot of comments because we don't have time to show all the comments. The only thing, the auxiliary part, I will show to, okay, brute force. We will see what is going to happen, whether it has been protected from the other end or not. Accordingly, the effect will happen. Anyhow, I can run a few comments also. Suppose host. So the host is, this is this host. This is the host actually I have identified through the Nmap. That's only it is displaying. Again, the services. What service of the host means? Suppose, for example, what, so I mean, I use the Nmap, the output of a scan. I have targeted a few hosts. Here, 3 hosts are available as per the tutorial. And again, I want to see services -P21. And similarly, just I run services -P20. So some server is running, but it is not permitting to get into the FTP. So why I am showing all these things is you please use this website. I think offensive-security.com. A lot of comments are there, so you need not worry. It's a very big tutorial, but a lot more comments you are supposed to use. For example, using the database. Suppose setup workspaces. So system, I have to start system CTL start PostgreSQL MSFDB INIT. So MSF console is coming. Now MSF console is coming. I want to know which database I have connected. I may not be knowing. So just I am giving the command like this, DB underscore status. So here the MSF is connected to MSF only. Connection type PostgreSQL. Yeah, connection type PostgreSQL is there. So PostgreSQL is also connected here. Again, workspace. Suppose I'm giving workspace. So one workspace I do not have. So you have to create a workspace. Here the workspace you have to create. And again, workspace MSFU. Suppose if you want to create the workspace MSFU, it's like a directory. Suppose I can create one workspace. Just I'm showing the flavor of the okay, different concepts available in Metasploit. MSFU, the same tutorial I'm following. So it has been created like this. So easily you can run. That's what I'm telling you. Then under this MSFU, again, you want to have another label for another label, then workspace -H. These are the command syntax, then help commands, and importing and scanning. Suppose I want to import nmap scan. If the nmap is going to be available db underscore import, you can use that command. And then using that db underscore nmap, again, you can start using the nmap. Then backing up our data, you can back up the data. So a lot of commands are there. So please utilize, and setting up the modules. You can set up the modules. So lot more is available, and you do investigation. Now let us finish this part. Again, I get into the auxiliary use AUXILIAR. Why I'm please repeat, once again recall where we stopped. Initially, we started with a detailed scanning, and after identifying the IP address of the remote target, we started using exploit. After the exploit, if you are not able to get the session, if you are able to get the session, that time itself you will be able to enter into the remote host. Now I want to enter into the FTP service of the remote host by doing the brute force technique. Just I'm trying my level best, but at the same time, from the other end, if they are having a protection mechanism, I may not be able to end. That you have to understand. Both sides, you have to be very clear. Just I'm showing the effect. Auxiliary slash scanner. Scanner. This is basically used for what is that? Bypass. I mean brute force technique. By using the brute force, I can attack the FTP service. I can attack the FTP service. So can I attack? That's a question. So FTP underscore login. So a lot of scanners are there. Like that, a lot of scanners are there. They have done by itself. So we can see the previous FTP. So as per the document, FTP underscore login. So that command, you might have recalled use command I used in the case of exploits. So now I'm going to FTP. If you look at this scanner, even the latest MongoDB concepts are also, they have tried, because you please understand, you have to appreciate the community people for the rapid campaigning for the Metasploit framework, to which extent they have done the vulnerabilities. For example, this is the CouchDB enum utility. CouchDB login utility. What is this CouchDB? It's a MongoDB. It's like it's like a NoSQL. NoSQL. Even for the DB2, a lot of concepts they tried by themselves. Then FTP, they are coming here. FTP. So our requirement is FTP/FTP underscore login. So I show you FTP. So 39, number 39, auxiliary scanner FTP/FTP underscore login. So FTP authentication scanner. That means somehow I want to get into the FTP login. I try my level best. We will see what is that. So I can give the number 39 service. So there are many. So you can ask one question: who is capable of and who is organizing all these things? There are a lot of open source community people, those who do hectic research for the penetration testing, cybersecurity. They develop all these open source packages, and for doing hectic research, they are given like this. I think 39, right? Number is 39. So now you can straight away use 39. So now I got into auxiliary scanner FTP underscore login. That means as per this part, I have got into that. Now I am using show options. Fine. Show options. Yes. If you look at it, there are so many things. Show options. Okay. verbose, user underscore file, username, threats, or port, remote host, or host, record list, proxies, pass underscore file. Pass underscore file is having a file containing passwords one per line. So I want to capture this pass underscore file and password db underscore all pass, db underscore all credits, verbose, so many things. So what I want to pass, what I want to capture, pass underscore file. So what I'm doing, guys, pass underscore file is there. So set
Sir, voice not audible. Sir, please unmute your mic.
So voice is not audible, sir. Please unmute your mic.
Hello. I think now the problem is solved.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's on.
Actually, what happens, participants, just I convey this information to all the participants. While you are going to carry out any kind of security software, sometimes it may happen. So system settings, setting, because all those dangerous softwares are sitting in the system means we have to enable. So that's a possibility that it may be happening like this. Okay, no problem. Sorry for the inconvenience due to the technical problem. Now I proceed. Uh, 1 second, where I stopped. So I finished this Metasploit. Now, yeah, I'm going to show the programming part. Yes, Python programming for cybersecurity. It is obvious that everybody knows client socket, server socket, port scanning, and threaded port scanning. Just for 5 minutes, just I go through it. That's why still in the networking subject, you have the lab. I think everybody knows. I don't know whether the lab is available or not, but still the lab is very important. Network programming lab. Um, I think, madam, network programming lab is available in the curriculum.
Yes, sir, it's available, sir.
Excellent, excellent. So since this is available, now you please start thinking why this lab they have brought, because of the concepts associated with the networking as well as cyber security. But I am linking all those things. Just to listen, because whatever communication is going to be taken place between the attacker and the defender, the communication has to be established. That you know. So when you talk about the communication without the socket, it cannot be done. So import socket, socket.socket, socket.af underscore inet, socket.get goes to name, connect. So there is a client socket. There is a life cycle of the client socket and server socket. And so this is a server socket program, import socket, and also this now I am showing the Python programming. It depends upon the tool that has been developed using programming language. For example, that Metasploit framework has been developed using Ruby programming language. So in that case, you start thinking how the scanning has been done. The scanning has also been developed using Ruby programming language. So in terms of the Ruby programming language, they have written client socket and server socket for developing the penetration testing tool. That's what I'm saying. Similarly, when you are going to look at Bug Suite, that is a Java based, and yesterday we had seen DVWA, that is PHP based. So irrespective of the programming language, the networking concepts has to be. Of course, all programming languages have association with the network programming, but Java is very comfortable. And Python, why it is becoming very popular? Because of the open source package, a lot of community people are contributing, especially for the artificial intelligence as well as cybersecurity and even recently blockchain and IoT. That's why Python is very dominating rather than other language. But still, Java is very competitive. Import socket. I think all of you know what is the interpretation of the bind statement, listen statement. I need not give the interpretation of all these statements due to the shortage of time. I rush it up. The only thing I want to show the power of the programming. So you have to bind and listen. Some kind of communication will be taken place from the client socket and server socket, and connection is established. This is one part. And port scanning, just now you understand. Yes, now you in the MSF console, what I did, I happened to use the nmap command. When I was using the nmap, it was using the port scanning only. So behind the nmap development, port scanning programming is that. That's what I want to tell you. Because people should not have the idea like this. In networking, those who are studying networking, they think that I know port scanning. People think that people from the security will be saying that I know nmap. If there is no connection between the nmap and port scanning, no logic between these two. So always you have to interlink programming with respect to any concepts. Ultimately, in the computer science, I tell you, any product, any user interface, any concept, even when you are going to research on cybersecurity or artificial intelligence or any other area, without coding, no one can develop the product or the tool. So as far as the industry is concerned, we need the best people with a strong programming languages. That's why port scanning, import socket, enter the host to be scanned. Suppose when I'm running this program, I have to give the target host. Then it will print the IP address. Similarly, which port scanning is complete. This is without the threading, I have returned this code. This is with respect to threaded port scanning. There are many ways by which the coding can be done. What you are thinking, oh, nmap, even you please try to ask your students to develop the tool which can simulate the behavior of nmap. It's really very tough job. If the students are interested in working as cybersecurity professionals in industry, if they are showing the tool which can behave like a nmap, definitely the industry will be recruiting them because they know the difficulty of developing the tool like nmap, very simple tool like nmap, because it's having a lot of scan activities. Import threading. So from queue, import time, import socket. So as per the logic, the threading, you know, from the Java concept and all, multiple threads will have to be formed for each and every separate port. And there is a concept called server.socket and socket.af_inet, socket stream, raw socket or streaming socket. Those who have studied network programming, they'll be knowing very well, and they will be having thirsty and interest over to implement all these things. So threading, how to start the job, and how the worker jobs are going to be assigned, and finally, and you can run this code also. Just I want to show the programming part. Now, if I am going to run, you will be knowing the picture. 1 second. I'm not going to run client socket, server socket. Just I want to show the effect of 1 minute, because the connectivity is very important. So network programming, so not the packet sniffing and socket. Packet sniffing is for the traffic analysis. So this is for the port scanning. This is executed. Just I am giving CMD. I already shown the code to you. Now I am running the code. Very simple program. Like this, lot of programs are there. For example, ICMP scan. You can ask your students to write the ICMP scanning, and that ICMP scan and ping scan, UDP scan, TCP scan, separate features like use cases. They can be amalgamated together as one particular small application that can work like a Nmap. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, what I am going to do, threaded, only one program just I run for motivation purpose, because people should not think that programming is not getting involved. Programming is getting involved in cybersecurity very seriously. So this is a threaded port scanning. So what is going to happen? We'll see. Okay. Meanwhile, so anyhow, the program can run. I think this part I have finished. Similarly, Nmap I made it clear. Now I can go to the SQL injection. Okay, SQL injection and malicious code part, malicious code in the injection. Because yesterday we were dealing with the cross-site scripting attack. Today we will concentrate with respect to malicious SQL injection. That is a separate area with respect to DB, the database attack. For which what I have to do now, first of all, I have to start the XAMPP. So I have the XAMPP. So XAMPP control panel first I am starting. I think I have clicked. Yeah, it's opening. Now, with respect to this program, what's happening? Port 80. Only one open port only I'm seeing now. Open port I'm seeing. But if you are going to run the first program, probably IP address may be coming. I think so. But it's a very simple program. But what you have to do, you have to develop the application in such a way that all possible cases should happen. Because students enter the host to be scanned. Suppose I enter the host to be scanned means I'm giving that host. Yeah, IP address I'm getting. But here the program we have written in such a way that it is not displaying the open ports. You develop the feature for identifying the open ports. It is displaying only IP address, but I'm giving certain ports at random. It will be telling whether it is open or not. Suppose 21, it's open. Suppose, for example, some other port 25, it's also open. 80, it's also open. 53, it's also open. Like that, the program has been developed. So that's not a problem. So you please start asking the students to develop in the different way. Okay, I close. Now we will get into the SQL injection part. First, I set the environment, SQL injection environment. Then I can start explaining SQL injection. First, I start the server, XAMPP control panel. Initially, you have to do like this. Yesterday, I already set up. Here, because of the various softwares in between, I closed. Now I start. This is for starting the Apache server and MySQL server. Fine. Yeah. So the server has been started. So no problem. Now what I am going to do, I can close this. Now what I am going to do, so Kali Linux, finally we will see one small program. Yeah. So I have to open the DVWA. DVWA. So for which what I have to do? So first I have to open.
Sir, can you please share the screen?
Pardon?
Sir, can you please share the screen?
Oh, the screen has not been shared.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So why people didn't tell?
Wrote the message.
Oh, I didn't see. Please tell me because I may not. 1 minute. 1 second. Because I am not seeing the message. I am sharing the full screen. Sorry, because out of my own interest. Anyhow, I was running the code. Yeah. Please be interactive. I'm really
Okay,
happy
thank you,
about
sir.
that participant. Yeah. Because when I am working on my screen fully, I'm concentrating on this only. Okay. Now it's visible. Fine. Now are you able to see XAMPP control panel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell me. So if it is so, earlier you were not able to see the programming part. I was explaining something. I ran the program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, I will run the program at the end. Don't worry. No problem. Finally, I will run the program. No problem. Now, okay. Now I am going to start the Apache server because the SQL injection part I am explaining. PHP mode. Yes. Slowly I can go. Meanwhile, I can run this also. Localhost /dvwa /login.php. Now what's happening? Yesterday itself I happened to show this part. Yeah, this is the database DVWA, guest book and users. This is with respect to the cross-site scripting attack. Okay. Now I am taking the same thing. So I am running this one. So you should have the working knowledge. Now I have set up the environment. Okay. I have set up the environment. Now what I am going to do, just listen. And 1 second. DVWA security. So I am setting it as low. Straight away, I am showing the environment. In between, I will explain the PPT slide of the SQL injection also. Okay, so I have set up the environment. And now, today we are going to see SQL injection. So SQL injection is available on the left-hand side menu. So I am clicking. Now, user ID, submit. So what I am going to do, If I give just one, so no injection, but I am able to retrieve first name and surname from there. Okay, first name and surname from there. So now, and okay, sample DB, fine. First, let me explain SQL injection attack. Okay. So in the case of SQL injection attack, the screen is visible, the PPT slide is visible. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. If anything happens, any one of you please tell me from the organizing team. Okay. So SQL injection attack, SQL injection scenarios, SQL fiddle. Just I will show. Probably it will take another 45 minutes. Probably with 1:15, I may be closing. That is a plan I have. Something I was interested in explaining yesterday, DVWA in terms of cross-security attack. Today I spent much more time in terms of the Metasploit framework by covering more details in terms of the programming and Nmap tool and different case studies and exploits and auxiliary and other databases. And by looking at the tutorials, how you can take practice, I give an idea. Now, SQL injection attack, we'll see what we mean by SQL injection attack. Yesterday, we happened to give malicious JavaScript statement, malicious HTML statement. Now, I'm going to give malicious SQL statements. Straight away, I'm going to attack my SQL database. That's what SQL injection attack. SQL injection attack is nothing but the attacker will be using malicious SQL statements as the code injection technique. So to control your web applications database server, to access, modify, and delete unauthorized. Once I have the control of my own database, at any point I can access the data tables from the database. I can modify the database. I can delete the even unauthorized data. So what concept I'm going to use? The SQL injection based on 1 equal to 1 is always true. This is the fundamental concept, 1 equal to 1. You remember like this. A hacker might get access to all the usernames and passwords in a database by simply inserting, for example, 105 or 1 equal to 1 into the input field. I may not be knowing the other database structure. I may not be knowing how many tables are there. I may not be knowing how many fields, column values are existing in each and every table. Suppose in this particular SQL, select star from users. This is the table where user ID is one of the columns, one of the fields. You know how to create the database, how to insert the record, how to edit the record, how to update the record, how to delete the record, how to modify the record, all these things. You have a separate lab, database lab. So now you please start thinking, we somewhat in the up to the third session, I mean till now, we have been dealing with the fundamental 3 labs. From that fundamental 3 labs only, the advanced concept of security is going on. That you should not forget. For example, yesterday, what kind of basic lab the students will be studying? HTML, CSS, JavaScript in terms of the front end, and back end is the PHP or Python or Node.js or Ruby on Rails. The application, what I was showing, DVWA, is in terms of PHP application. So the PHP server has to be started. The PHP application should be kept inside the htdocs. These fundamentals are to be known. Suppose if I am showing the vulnerable Java application, means Java part, the concerned developers has to know. That's what I'm trying to say. That is in terms of the web programming, internet programming laboratory from the academic side. That is the yesterday portion. Morning, what I did discussing, I mean, first session, networking lab I discussed. You please understand in which way our direction, I mean, our journey is towards code injection in terms of cross-site scripting, SQL injection, or penetration testing for attacking the target machine or target network or identification service in terms of the Metasploit framework. So the Metasploit framework, before getting the Metasploit framework, people has to have a strong knowledge in terms of the network programming lab. So yesterday, web programming lab, internet programming lab, that is the prerequisite for cross-site scripting attack. Today, the prerequisite for Metasploit framework is the network programming lab. Now, the prerequisite for SQL injection is the normal database lab. Suppose people are not having the background knowledge of the SQL commands in terms how to create the database, insert, edit, and all. But those who are working as a professor, research scholars, and all, definitely in the undergraduate postgraduate, they will be knowing database. But one point I would like to ask, even in the database programming lab, you please recall somewhere else, after finishing, that means constructing the table, keep on adding records. The record size may be huge. You may be having n number of tables depending upon the web application or mobile application. Because ultimately, why do you use database? And database is going to play a vital role in the whole computer science. I tell you, without the database, nothing will happen because data is a very vital word. Even in artificial intelligence, data is going to play a vital role because data set. From the data set is taken from the database only. And in that data set, you apply your classification clustering algorithm in terms of the machine learning or deep learning like this. Now the database, I have created a database. I have created n number of statements, n number of tables required for me, and for each table I have sufficient records. Fine. Now I ask one question: under which situation you will be using cursor? That's a concept called cursor. All of you might have studied in the basic database programming. Cursor as well as backend validation. How do you do the backend validation? Anybody else? How do you do the backend validation in database? What concepts you'll be using in backend validation? I mean, what is the use of trigger? Why do you use a trigger? Or why do you use cursor in fundamental database programming? Because that is closely related to the SQL injection. That's why PLSQL is going to be useful. So the advanced part of the database is the SQL injection, where we associate the attacks as well as prevention. Attack of the SQL injection and prevention of the SQL measures. Now I ask question, in which situation those who are handling database programming can supply the answer. Those who are handling the database programming can supply the answer. And under which scenarios you will be using trigger? What is the need of the trigger from the database programming? Participants, please be interactive. I need answer. I'm getting a few answers from few participants sometimes. You start thinking. This is very important. Not looking at only the syntax from the SQL injection, the reasoning. For any study, research, reasoning is important. Yeah. Trigger. Why do you use the trigger? If you are not using the trigger in the backend, because most of the time people think that students will start developing the web application, mobile application using normal setup of the creating the database, keep on creating multiple tables and adding all records. But at any point in academic side, most of the projects or most of the project discussion, when they come for the interview, we are asking this question: trigger and cursor have you used in the final year project? They will be asking this question. They say that, sir, it is not necessary, sir. That means they are not securing their database. So what is the connection between trigger and security of the table? Can you make a guess? Or cursor or PLSQL? PLSQL in the sense that those who have handled Java may be able to recall now. Stored SQL or stored statements and callable statements and prepared statements. Where do we use? In Java programming or any kind of Python programming or node programming, we may be using some connection statements. That is very important, correct? From the backend to the database. And what is the use of callable statement or stored statement? I'm not getting answer. Participants, please supply answers. Hello? Is it audible?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Start thinking. Because the whole idea is, being the experienced person from the industry, we want to give more ideas. The situation is, what is the connection between trigger from the database and attack from the SQL injection? And what is the connection between cursor or stored statement PLSQL from the fundamental. That's why still we say that, suppose for example, somebody is inviting me to give the latest syllabus for the board of studies, we always say that don't remove fundamentals. I tell you, the lot of latest subjects may come, latest techniques, cloud and all those things. You may not be knowing one important thing. Of course, you know everything is emanated from the old fundamental concepts only. For example, I asked Docker. In the morning, I was discussing what is the use of the Docker, which is the alternative of the virtual machine. But what is the advantage of the Docker? It is capable of doing OS virtualization. But I asked one question: Docker is a new concept for all of us, or it's a old concept? Is it a old concept or is it a new concept? Docker. It may seem to be a new concept, but it is not a new concept. Why? Because basically it is from the operating system, OS virtualization. OS virtualization means minimal memory. Can you develop the application by considering the minimal memory, minimal process, minimal device, and minimal file system? Can you run the micro OS? Like that they are asking in terms of Docker. But similarly, the trigger PLSQL, please start thinking. I give the answer when you come for the prevention of the SQL injection. Because the PLSQL, I tell you, the PLSQL, the triggers part, the stored SQL, and callable statements, and all these things we use in the Java programming. Everything is going to be useful for preventing SQL injection. Okay. Now, let us get into the concept quickly. Then I can run certain things. Select star from. I'm getting some information from somebody else. Anybody is talking? No. Okay. Now select star from users where user ID equal to 105 or 1 equal to 1. So this up to 105 is the valid statement. After that, I have put or 1 equal to 1. What is this? When you look at the or table, true or true, true. True or false, true. False or true, false. False or false, false. So with respect to the or truth table or condition, what is going to happen? Even though this user ID equal to 105, some other random ID I am giving. This because as an attacker, I may not be knowing this part. But after or, I am giving the correct solution. That means 1 equal to 1 means true. So because of this true condition, I am able to retrieve the complete fields from the users table. This is the idea. Similarly, select user ID, comma. After retrieving all the fields, I am using this one. Select user ID, name, password from users, where user ID equal to 105 or 1 equal to 1. So what you have to remember, or 1 equal to 1. This is the important concept which we are using in the SQL injection. Okay? Because after the or, I make it true. And this is going to act like a malicious SQL statement. This is a malicious SQL statement. Another concept is SQL injection based on you put two apostrophe equal apostrophe is always true. A hacker might get access to usernames and passwords in the database by simply inserting this statement or equal to into the username password textbook. Select star from users where name equal to this empty or this is empty and password equal to empty or empty. That means you are not writing anything, but you make it as a R. Because of that, you will be able to retrieve all the fields. I will be running. I will be showing the demo of SQL injection. Then you will be happy. Yesterday, how I was showing cross-site scripting attack. Similarly, reflected CSS attacks I happen to show. Similarly, the SQL above is valid and return all rows from users table since R is always true. So we will see all these commands by typing this malicious code in the DVWA application. I already set the environment. Fine. This is SQL Fiddle. One SQLfiddle.com in web browser. If you type it, left pan, DB schema, create table. This is presently it may be available, may not be available, but earlier it was available. Create table and insert into users. This is like a vulnerable SQL application, vulnerable DB. Right pan SQL queries I'm giving. So left pan I'm pasting this create table. I am creating the table by myself. Create table users. Not null, auto increment, ID, email, password, primary key. I'm setting the particular field as a primary key. So insert into the users. What values I'm inserting? Email and password. This is the first record. Values yum@yum.com ABC. Similarly, insert into users, email, comma, password, values. I'm inserting another record. This is the first record and the second record. Right pan, so what is idea behind it? In the left pan, I'm creating the table, I'm inserting records. So automatically, you are supposed to have the real look and feel or flavor of the SQL. But right hand side only, actually, I'm using the malicious SQL code. Malicious SQL code, select star from users where email equal to. This is the statement or 1 equal to limit 1 minus 1 minus minus. If you put minus minus, after this, the interpreter of the SQL, because in SQL also there is a compiler. You may be knowing query processing. In database, all of you studied query processing. What it will do, the query processor, the SQL interpreter is capable of processing each and every tokens in terms of tokenization, then parsing, again intermediate code generation, again it will look into the code execution part. So like that, it will start parsing the entire SQL. That's why you have been studying query processing in database concepts. So hyphen hyphen. After this, it won't be scanning anything, but I just make it like and password equal to. When we execute, we'll be knowing. If I want to prevent SQL injection attacks, what you can do, user input should never be trusted. This is very important. This is with respect to defender side. Suppose the defender wants to safeguard the database. What they will do, they don't want to trust the user input, whomsoever is entering from the front end and even via GUI or via database. Every time validation has to be done. So this part only I'm talking about the trigger. The user input should never be trusted. Here, that's why in the experimental part of the database, people may be knowing there are a lot of triggers will be there. Okay, triggers mean suppose after inserting the records, the conditions has to be specified. Before the insert, I have to check certain conditions. In fact, such PLSQL must be written in any MySQL or PostgreSQL or Oracle. Now, stored procedures. Stored procedures are the function statements, and such stored procedures are really written by the cybersecurity professionals for preventing SQL injection attacks. Prepared statement, that's why you said prepared statement. Regular expressions. Yesterday, I was opening one PHP. Am I right? High.php. I was showing the differences between low.php, medium.php, high.php, how the particular malicious JavaScript was scanned, okay, was read in terms of the regular expression, and database connection, user access rights, and error messages. So these concepts are to be used for protecting the SQL database. Now we will see the demo part. Just given some idea in terms of the concepts for the SQL injection. Now we will get into the actual part. Now I can run certain things. Just to you listen, I have already written certain malicious statements. 1 second. Yeah, the malicious code. So malicious code, I already typed 1. In the case of user ID, if I am typing 1, it is here no vulnerability. Okay. Now I am going to show the vulnerability in terms of particular statement. 1, I already written. 1, a single quote or 1 equal to 1 pound symbol. So or 1 equal to 1. This is a true statement. And this is for retrieving the record. Pound means it's limiting the records, for retrieving. So we will see, this is the malicious SQL code. So this code, actually you have to, either you can enter into the user interface like this, but in the code itself, because somewhere else you'll be having some connection statement. You please recall those who are developing the web applications in terms of by connecting the model view controller, I mean backend with the database, SQL statements, these statements you have to insert. I mean hacker will be inserted. So when I click this, now I am retrieving the records. So please understand, I do not know the table structure. I do not know the database. I do not know the database. I do not know the table structure, but still I am going to retrieve. Still I am going to retrieve the corresponding records. First name, surname, admin, Gordon Brown, hack me, Pablo Picasso, and Bob Smith. So I have been, now I am running another part, another malicious code. These are the malicious code. You can remember or you can note down. So one, because in the, okay, in the internet, lot of tutorials are available. You can take practice. This statement I am entering. One single quote or 1 equal to 1 union select null, comma, null equal to. What is the interpretation of this statement? I want to select all the records by taking the union. Yeah, of course. Again, earlier I was getting only 5 records. Now also I am getting the 5 records, but beyond that I am not getting anything. Now again I use another statement. In this case, I am using the table name. But please listen, I do not know the table name. So actually as a hacker, if I know the table name only, I can retrieve the field, select star from table name. Here, what I'm going to do, I do not know anything, but at the same time, I want to retrieve the table names. How it can be done? So a very important concept here, if you look at the database, there is a concept called information schema. So how do they retrieve the tables from the DB? That part is very important that you have to remember. In PHP MyAdmin, information schema is there. Information schema. This is the default structure. So as a hacker, what I'm going to do, I want to capture this default structure. So if I click this information schema, something I may be getting. Yeah, these are the information schema. So from this is the somewhat whole. From this information schema, I am taking all tables. These are the default tables. This is a starting point. Somehow, I'm interested in taking, okay, because the table name available under the information schema, table underscore name. One second. Yeah, tables, table spaces, table constraints, all these things are available under the information schema. This is a starting point. So because if you know any one of the system holes or vulnerabilities, based on that, at any point, I can do it. So I'm closing this. Yeah. Now I go back. What I'm going to do, again, one, I already entered because when I was taking practice, that's why I need not enter now. So one, this statement I am using. Okay. One single quote or 1 equal to 1 union select null, then table name from information schema dot tables, from information schema dot tables ampersand. When this is a malicious SQL code. If I am using this, what happens? I'm getting lot of tables. This is a starting point. So I know actually the structure of the MySQL. Since I know the entire structure of the MySQL, this is a starting point. From here, I can select. Okay. I look at the proper tables by viewing all the retrieved results. So please take practice on this. Lot of comments are there. Malicious SQL code you have to type. But security level is low. Next to what I am going to do, I want to retrieve password, user and password. So for this, I am using this statement. One single quote or 1 equal to 1 union select user comma password from users table. Somehow I was able to find the users table by using the previous statement. I mean the output of the previous statement. From there I am using this one. So now I used this one from users name user comma password. So this is the way you have to deal with the SQL injection. When I'm running this, I hope most probably I may be getting user password from the users table by using this malicious code. Yes, I'm getting. So I'm not only getting for the first 5 users, I'm also getting some other users also. Okay, admin, Gordon Brown, Hack Me, Pablo Picasso, Bob Smith. Up to Smith only earlier we got it when I was using the first malicious SQL. Now I'm getting some more passwords. So this is the way, but the security level is low. Again, the security level is low. Admin low. Please, you do like this. Lot of concepts are there. Again, you can use by setting the security level as a medium and security level as high, and you can start experimenting SQL injection very seriously. And again, for the prevention part, as I said earlier, you should motivate. Normally, we motivate our developers to make use of stored procedures and callable statements, stored statements, and triggers, and all these things for preventing SQL injection in the actual code itself. So the particular guy should act like an attacker as well as defender. So this is the one of the greatest experiments of the SQL injection. I think again we have 10 more minutes, 15 minutes we have. I hope I can proceed with one more experiment like burp suit. Madam, can I proceed? Another 10 minutes or 15 minutes? Hello? Hello? Organizer, can I proceed? Because 12:52, I think, can I proceed? Can I consume another 15 minutes? Hello? When you give the red signal, I hope I can go further. Participants, I am not getting any answer.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Depending upon your response only, I can proceed. So another just burp suit, one of the tools just I want to show, because lot of things if I am showing now, more benefits the entire audience will be getting. Okay. So this is the starting point. Some experiments I have shown through the SQL injection. Please try to take practice after finishing this 5 days FDP program. Okay. Now what I am going to do, just listen. That's why I didn't close Kali till now. And so root probably another 10 minutes only. Now what I would like to show you, this is called as again some kind of man in the middle attack or cross-site scripting attacks, because lot of tools you can integrate also, because people think that the tool can be used individually. No, you can, there is a possibility for you to integrate many tools for achieving particular purpose. That also please start thinking. That's why I want to show you. I want to show you burp suit. This is very important. Just in the available another or 10 to 15 minutes, just I show you. Burp suit is basically used for, again, another penetration testing tool. In many ways, it can be used. As a hacker, suppose the request is moving from the browser to the server. What I am doing, man in the middle attack. I mean, I want to intercept the traffic. I want to intercept the HTTP traffic, and whatever packets moving from the browser to the server, it will be coming to my burp suite, and whatever I want to do, I can redirect the traffic. That means I can act as the hacker or attacker. I can act as the best attacker. What's happening? Oh, okay. So burp suite is the tool. It's already available along with the Kali Linux, or you can download burp suite separately. This is also the penetration testing tool. Here we have 3 editions: Community Edition, Pro Edition, and Express Edition. In the very free edition, we have only few features. But normally in the industry, we make use of burp suite to a greater extent, but we purchase the software. But the amount is huge. But at the same time, we can do it. We can have a better idea. And what we have to do in the burp suite, it is acting like one of the penetration testing tools. Initially, it may be asking us for temporary project, new project, or open existing project. I select temporary project itself. Then use burp defaults, load from configuration file. I don't want to disturb any other thing. Let it be. Just to start burp. Just to start burp. Just so you see what is happening. This is also very important for the cyber security world. The tool may look like this. You have many concepts behind this, but in the available 5 to 10 minutes, just I show the power of the tool, and you try to use, okay, whenever you have free time. What I would like to tell you, you have many menus available in this tool. Target, remote target, which target you want to attack. Proxy. This proxy is basically used for intercepting HTTP traffic. An intruder. As an intruder, what you can do, you can start the attack and probably password attack or brute force attack or dictionary attack. Repeater, you want to repeat the same kind of activity what we have been doing. And decoder, it is going to decode the string or URL string. Similarly, other functions are there. Let us concentrate only one functionality now. Let it be proxy. So in this proxy, if you look at this, under proxy, you have a lot of concepts. Intercept, HTTP history. Presently, I do not have any history. HTTP history and WebSockets history, everything is empty. And options. In the options, you have the menu options. You look at proxy listeners and intercept client request. In the proxy listeners, you have add, edit, remove, running interface. This is a local IP and certificate per host and default TLS protocols. Local host. So what I'm going to do, the intercept is on or off. If it is going to be intercept is off, you are not interested in intercepting the traffic because you know different functionalities begin the cyber security, confidentiality, integrity, availability, authentication. So now the concept is interception. Intercept is on. So intercept is on. So now what I am going to do, just to listen, I open Firefox, the browser, because the browser only I'm going to type some other domain name where I want to send the request. So I'm opening the Firefox. So this is happening within the Kali Linux under Oracle VM. Okay. Yeah. What I am going to do, I already set up this part. Just I show it to you. Now, the thing is, this is the burp suite community. I already set up like this. Why I am setting up like this? In order to set up this burp, because you may be, all of you may be knowing, when two entities, two systems want to communicate with one another, both systems need to have the certificate. because unless otherwise the certificates are verified by both sender and receiver, the communication will not be taken place. So for the CES certificate, certificate authority and HTTP POP I'm using, I already set up the CES certificate. I'm generating, just I'm showing this certificate. This is a certificate, okay, open with, this is a certificate, X.509 certificate that has been given by Portswigger. Portswigger. Portswigger is the company name. Okay, more details. Suppose this is a certificate, because the certificate is not there, what will happen? The communication may not be taken place. Certificate is very important. You know very well. Subject name, or then issuer name, from which country I got the certificate. Because in security, information security, you study certificate authority and certificate fingerprint and public key information and basic constraints and signature and all those things. Just I close the certificate. Certificate I already set up. If you're not setting up, what you have to do? First, you have to go to the general. Again, you have to click it advanced. Somewhere else advanced will be there. I will show you, because for setting up the environment. If you're not setting up the environment, you cannot intercept using burp suite. So in the network settings, you go to the network settings. I already changed it, because earlier the proxy settings were in terms of use system proxy settings. This part was highlighted. Now I moved from use system proxy settings to manual proxy setting. What is the interpretation? Whichever remote host from the browser you are typing, it has to go to that domain only. But what I am changing the system proxy to the manual proxy. I reroute the traffic to the 127.0.0.1 8080. In this localhost 8080, which is running, your burp suite is running. Actually, burp suite is running. Burp suite is running on 127.0.0.8080. So there is a connection between this burp suite and this preferences. This is what I want to show. So also use this proxy for FTP and HTTPS. So whatever HTTP connection, whatever packets are going to be sent from the browser to the server, it will not be going to the server, since in the middle I keep burp suite. I am rerouting the traffic. That's what I'm showing. So these settings you have to do. If you're not changing this setting, the burp suite will not be working. There's no use of the burp suite. So I already done it. Now what you can do, just I have typed glasseshcm.com. This is the traffic. So when I type glasseshcm.com, I am getting the website. I am getting the relevant information. But what is happening in the burp suite? I happen to get, when you see the option, I mean especially intercept, you please look at it. Earlier I was not able to see this. So request to HTTP. So whatever request you are passing from browser to the server, since I am keeping burp suite is going to act as one of the penetration tools. The traffic is rerouted via the proxy component available in burp suite. Because of that, I am getting complete header. So get HTTP host glassesscm.com, user agent, language, encoding, everything. Even headers also I can see. Everything I can see. And similarly, hex structure also I can see. So I can do interpretation. Suppose if I want to drop this request. Suppose I don't want to, I want to cut. I want to intercept means I want to cut. So in the Manila cat, request is actually, please listen. If you look at it, the request is going from glassesscm.com to the glosses. Actually, this website has to be visited. But what is happening? Now, the moment I block, what will happen? It will be blocked. So if I click block, before clicking block, because once I click the blocking, you cannot see anything. Now, what I am going want to show, raw is there. If I want to repeat the same traffic, You click it, right hand side, so many components are there. Just I am giving the overall idea of the web suite. You click send to requester. Now requester is clicking. Go to the requester. Now the request part, this interception of the traffic. So theoretically, whatever you say, interception, modification, everything practically, we are in a position to show. And also, this traffic I am able to see through this request in terms of the repeater. I want to know the response of that request. So again, I am clicking send. Here, I can see that response. What response? What HTML part I am having? What HTML part? Date, Apache server. So now I am able to understand that it is running on the Apache server, connection, and complete HTML also. So complete HTML, if you want to make any changes, you can change it. And I can see the headers here also. I can see the hex value. Like this, there is a possibility for you to do the investigation with respect to interception of the traffic. So the moment now I block the traffic, suppose I want to block the traffic. So simply I drop. The moment I block the traffic, it will be blocked, and you may not be getting the website. It's not reachable. Okay, that's the way the things are going on. I think with this I stop, and I can go to the. Okay, you can ask questions now. Any questions? If you have, I can stop presenting. So the forum is open to all the participants. I tried my level best. I have thrown lot of ideas from different angles, and please catch it. And also there is a possibility that the moment you are going to get into the login and password, in terms of the login attempts as well as password, you analyze those features and all features, you can set it like that. So from that database, data set is formed, and there is a possibility that you can apply any one of the supervised classification or clustering or deep learning algorithms in terms of the PyTorch or TensorFlow you can do for the intrusion detection purpose. That is another sub area from the SQL injection side. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions, you can ask. You can keep in touch with me. And my mail ID, I think people will be knowing. So my mail ID is okay. My mail ID I'm giving to all of you. If you have okay, psglosses@gmail.com. And apart from running our industry, we want to help the society also. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dear participants, if you have any queries, please you can ask now. Okay, no queries from your participant side, I think.
No problem, no problem. That means they
Okay,
understood very clearly. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable time spent with us. And also, thank you for sharing your knowledge, experience, and everything, showing practical manner. So now the time for lunch break. So all the participants are requested to join at next session will begin at 2 o'clock. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the participants.
Once again, I express my sincere thanks to the Dean and Professor Ravi sir and the head of the department and organizer, faculty, participants from different colleges who have shown interest to attend this wonderful FDP. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Keep in touch.
Okay, one more important thing, important questions. After 3:30, you have exam. Important questions will be studied in classroom. The participants are required to refer it. Then you take up the test using with your permanent ID. Thank you, all the participants. Now the time for lunch break. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Shall I leave, madam?
Okay, sir. You can leave, sir. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.